Alrighty. So, the part we left off on yesterday. What? Why not? Ooh, let me pop out the chat for YouTube. Hmm. All right, there we go. All right, so the part we left off on. Exactly. So we're going to need to bring in most of this stuff. And yeah, we bring in CLI as a dependency. So yep, we're doing that part. Oh, no worries there, Svein. Have a good one. Prettier? Ah, there we go. Okay. So hold on. This is going to be a TypeScript file, which means we need to add TSUP. I can't remember what the default indentation is. Does it default to 2 spaces or 4? Because I do 2 spaces. That's about all I change. So I do think I have a prettier RC file. Trailing comma all, I think, is the default. Semicolons, I think, is the default. Print width 80 is almost, I'm almost positive that's the default. I think tab width might be the only one that I'm changing. You know, you can configure it just to modify the lines you change. Yeah, that isn't a problem anymore. So I don't know, man. And I would say try not to throw around the term PTSD. There are people that actually do suffer from it. I don't think it's right to trivialize that. Wish there was a way to configure, like using interfaces and stuff, what values you can actually get from the get input thing. It'd be even cooler if there was some way to, like, on your dev machine, parse this YAML file and extract those types. That would be really cool. So for inputs here, we can take in path and commit. Commit is a Boolean, path is a string. When we're doing a GitHub action, we do core.getInput, and this, right now we haven't renamed it, but this is the name of an input. It doesn't know what that is because it could be anything. I really feel like there should be some way of like extracting types. Like from the YAML file, ideally. I mean, we can cast it, no problem. Right? We can just say string. Right? And then we know it's a string from then on. So we can cast it all we want, but we could also cast that incorrectly. Similarly, like setting the output here. We could set a wrong value here and our type safety wouldn't let us know. So that's something I want to double check. Is there a tool for that for GitHub Actions? Oh, and you know what? This might help. That's what I mean. Yeah. Right? Like it would be a bug, but our editor wouldn't ever let us know because we're doing a cast. And that casting could be incorrect. And that could lead to bugs, right? Like it defeats the whole purpose of using TypeScript in general. if we don't have the power for the tooling to tell us otherwise, you know? Yeah, I mean, it's not changing the type. It's your editor thinks it's a type that it isn't. So, I mean, in any JavaScript file, right, even if we did get a proper string, right, so let's just say, right, name to greet, and then we wanted to do something like, well, we could just do this, right? Const name to greet number, and we type number, and we just say it is name to greet, right? It knows that this is a failure because it isn't a number. But in TypeScript, you can always just do as any, and then bam, right? So the problem here is that we are overriding what the type system is trying to tell us with the thing that we think is correct. And anytime you're doing that, you have to be absolutely certain that you're correct in doing so. Right? Casting in general can lead to bugs. Right? So now name to greet number is a number, but it's not actually a number. Right? And because our type system now thinks it's a number, it can lead to all sorts of bugs. Right? Like, you know, times 5. That's not actually going to be what we want. Right? So if our input here was foo, right, the value it was, then we'd just get foo, 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 foo. Yeah, exactly. I think. Hold on. I can't remember if that's fixed in strict mode. Like maybe it's just an error. Yeah. So that ends up being nan. Not an error, but nan. So we would get not a number instead of a number that we expected because we're not multiplying by a number. And maybe that isn't a strict mode thing. I can't remember. Like I know in right in like the wet.js video, he gets na Batman, but that's because he's operating on an array, not because of multiplication. I think this console is in whatever this page is in by default. So if they have a strict mode in like the global context, then it would be in strict mode. I'm not positive on that one. Okay, so it's using the browser's strict mode rules. So if your browser is strict mode by default, Yeah, if the browser is strict mode by default, then DevTools are too. I wish there was like a dedicated like switch. That would be nice. What's up, Gardek? Are you talking about like shampoo, conditioner, and body wash? They do different things. Yeah, they do different things. And that's fine. But there are some people with skin profiles that just doesn't work for. Right? Shampoo typically has things that are meant for like making your hair more voluminous or blah blah blah. You don't want the leftover junk in that staying on your face because it could clog your pores. Sure. Yeah, you're lucky. Yeah. Yeah, I've never had major issues with acne either. Like typically my nose will get like zits, but that's about it. Like I'll get them sometimes here on the face or something. But yeah, like acne hasn't been like a huge problem for me. For other people, right? They need to do stuff like Accutane. And that's it's just the way of the world. So yeah, I'm thinking we're going to delete the action that we have there and scaffold the action using this. So I think I just want to clone this. Your skin dries out when you grow a mustache? Sure. Yeah, like I often like trim my mustache a bit, and after I've trimmed it, like I get like it's just like white underneath it for a few days. I just need to shave the mustache. All right, so not into this song. Cool. Yeah, so I just want to clone down this into our folder here. Oh, What's up, Four Wheel? How you doing? What do you mean, Gardeck? Do you like getting random emails of people advertising things? I don't think you're being honest. So, Fizzo, there's a major disconnect there, right? You don't like getting them, but you would send them? There's just a major lack of empathy there, dude. So, this is a fix. And the fix is going to That's fine, man. I don't know. Cold email, cold messaging on social media platforms, like that, it's scummy. I don't like it. I will never use a product of someone who cold emails me without already being a connection of some kind. Never. I understand why people do it. I don't have to like it though. There you go. Yeah, it's a good way to push them to look at a competitor. Exactly. What is that icon you have by your name? Oh, arcane. Interesting. How do you get that icon? And hey, Jai. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Had to watch people who streamed it. So there were people like legitimately allowed to stream it? That's crazy. Okay. I think it's good marketing. It's kind of smart. Okay, so we brought this in. Oh, here's someone mentioning FNM, which is the like the Rust built node manager. Interesting. Someone just mentioned this the other day. I don't know, like is NVM really that slow for people? Like how often are people switching node version? This is a nice use case actually, right? Having this like node version file so you CD into a project and it automatically changes it for you. That's actually kind of nice. I like that. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and I hadn't saved or committed what we had in this action YAML, so we're going to have to write it out again. So here's something I want to do. We're going to prototype this. So yeah, we're getting a little sidetracked. I'm okay with it because I think this actually ends up being a much more useful thing. So if we can prototype it out in this, we may actually release that as its own package. Yeah, so I don't know what we're going to call it yet. But we can add YAML. About JS frameworks? Sure. All right, so here we go. We're going to have async function main. I think the way to understand it is maybe look at how Angular does it. So here, right, we see that this is a two-way bound value. That means that when the value changes on the class that is inside this thing, the value that you have here is also mutable and changes. Right? This might be the way to learn about it more. So instead of, the two-way binding working like this, where the value updates when the value inside changes, you would instead have the value that you set like this, and then you would have the size change event that you react to separately. Basically, React doesn't have the concept of two-way data binding, which is why you need to use the change event rather than just the value updating automatically. So this is the pattern you're used to in React. In Angular, you can have a different pattern where the value is just mutable, and when it changes, it updates. So basically, one-way data binding, you have to subscribe to the event. Two-way data binding, the event is implicit. Correct. Yep. But React doesn't have two-way data binding, so that point is a bit moot. Doesn't exist. For the most part, people were against two-way data binding back in the day when AngularJS was doing it because they thought it was not performant. It turns out two-way data binding can be totally performant, right? But AngularJS was slow because of the digest cycle. Now with Angular, right, the new version of Angular, everything is just a single top-down pass, right? Just like React. So now two-way data binding can be fast because it's no longer the digest cycle that's the problem. The big problem with two-way data binding is that it becomes less clear where the values are changing, especially when you start dealing with multiple levels of two-way data binding. With an event that you are specifically creating and subscribing to, then it is clear where that thing changes. So it's more about being able to reason about where and when the value is changing. Two-way data binding tends to make that a little trickier. I'm not saying always, but yes, there are cases where you can abuse two-way data binding, and then it's harder to reason about where this value is being changed from. Which is very similar to like why globals are a bad thing. Right? Globals, it's harder to reason about where that global value is being changed from. So it's really the argument about explicit versus implicit. Yeah, I mean, so keep in mind that two-way data binding can be good. In Angular, you still have two-way data binding with things like the ng model, like, you know, binding to an input from a value in your controller. I think that's fine, right? Like, why have an event for it when the value can just change? Oh, geez. Yeah, this thing's already, like, understanding what we want. Again, it's explicit versus implicit. Many people prefer being explicit because implicit things are typically looked at as magic. I prefer explicit, right? That's why there are only so many cases where I actually like two-way data binding. What's up, Array of Hope? How you doing? Creating the event is explicitly subscribing to the event. Two-way data binding with ng model is implicitly subscribing to the change event. Right? So again, here, app sizer, you are implicitly subscribing to when this value changes inside of the component. Yeah, right? Like the event happens automatically. So this value on your top level component that is that is creating this component inside of it, you would then have a prop on your controller, right? Like size here, or size change. This is the sizer component, so this is inside of it. But just imagine that the component that is instantiating sizer component has the size value, font size px, as a prop on that class. Because props on classes, without anything explicit saying read only, means that they can be reassigned. That means that when this value changes inside of app sizer, it changes the value on the top level component as well. I'm not sure what you mean by that there, Charlie. Or Charlize. Right? If we just look at it, there's this, and there's this. They are functionally the same thing. Right? One, you are explicitly assigning this size change event, and you are reassigning that value of font size px to the result of that event, right? So this is explicitly subscribing to this change event. This is implicitly doing the same exact thing, but it's only explicit because of this notation. So it's technically just more implicit than it is explicit. Because, I don't know, this is like something that you just have to know as an Angular dev. Right? These two things are functionally equivalent. They do the exact same thing with different syntax. This is explicitly subscribing to that change. This is implicitly subscribing to that change. Technically, it's explicit because of this notation, but that's just more Angular specific than what we're actually talking about with two-way data binding. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so we're going to bring in Commander as a dev dependency. Sorry for the burp. And yeah, we should have the song command going if you're trying to get the exact link. There you go. And yeah, hey, what's up, Salmon? So Salmon, have you checked out Githium so far? I would say, give it a shot if you can. And also, anyone out there that hasn't voted on it yet, I would really appreciate your vote on the Solid Hack website. We've got a bunch of fixes that can't be merged in yet until the voting is done. So yeah, there's definitely some issues with it. If you have an ad blocker on, when you click next, you're going to run into a bug. That bug is fixed in our next branch. which is confusing, I know. But yeah, we just can't fix it yet. So, and Charlize, right? You say you're a low level programmer, like, so you're dealing more with like C and some of those things, right? I'm guessing that's what you mean by low level? Unless you're meaning that you're just a beginner. I'm assuming you mean that like you work on like system stuff, right? So C, C++, etc. The way to think about it is using a pointer instead of an explicit like input and output, right? So modifying a pointer rather than returning a value. Modifying the pointer becomes basically two-way data binding, right? Because you're just passing in the thing and it's getting modified, but you're not returning it out of the function. Okay, Junior. Okay, got it. Never mind. Well, it's one way to think about it, though, right? Pointers are basically two-way data binding. Rather than just taking in a value, not mutating it, and then spitting out a new value, that is one way, right? And then you decide what to do with the value when it, like, you get the changed value afterwards. So it's not quite the same thing because you're not dealing with events, but it can be thought of similarly, right? And it's why, pointers and references can be tricky. Because again, it's about implicit versus explicit. The function that you pass that pointer to could be modifying things, and you don't know until you go look inside of it. Whereas a function that just takes in a value without mutating it, no side effects, and then simply spits out a new value, you are explicitly then assigning it to something else when you're done with it, right? What's up, Moshiko? How you doing? Exactly. There you go, Fievel. No. Like, I understand what they meant by it, right? Which is why I had to ask. But it is also a little bit misleading. So, yeah, I would say in the future, try not to describe your abilities in terms of like levels. Because normally, like, when people say low level, they actually just mean like the level of the stack that they operate in. So a high level programmer tends to be on like the UI side of things. A low level programmer tends to be, at the OS level or lower, firmware maybe. Correct, right? I would say beginner, junior, you know, those are terms that are less easily misunderstood. There you go, Fievel. Yeah. Yeah, low code and no code solutions are actually like really high level programming, you know, because it's more about the level of the stack that you're operating in, not your ability to do so. I haven't seen it. I don't know. I'm sure it's fine. I barely keep up with new stuff to JavaScript. Yeah, makes sense. I tend to not worry about learning something until I need to use it. There's always something new to learn, right? Like you got to pick and choose your battles because you can't learn everything. So yeah, next PHP project, I might look into some of the new stuff. Okay, so we want to bring in Commander. Let me look at my boilerplate over here a little bit. Yeah, all right, so we're going to bring in this boilerplate. The logic in here is going to completely change, though. No, that's fine, Charlize. I get it. You're good. Let's give this thing a fun name, though, right? So, like, generating types for a GitHub action. What do we want to call that? Is it... Yeah, I'm on the new Mac Mini. Taction. I like taction. Maybe just tact. All right, so we've got the argument for path. And we'll say input. Yeah, that's Clippy dancing. Yeah, how you doing, Faceless? What you up to? All right, and this is going to be render typed core. And we'll have an interface here. The interface will be called type value or value type. Maybe just value? Typed value? Sure. So string Boolean number. Ooh. Yeah, required. And then name is a string. And I think that's good enough for now. We may want to add like arrays. Like, what other things can you pass as an input to an action, right? I think that's where we need to look at the docs. Let me get more music. Interfaces are a type. Interesting. Are all inputs strings? I thought you could define a type. Hmm. That makes this a bit trickier then. Hmm. Okay, so you can do a type value, and it can be Boolean. So wait, the basic input types. Okay. Interesting. So like we're going to run into issues when we're trying to parse number values at this point. So maybe we leave the number value part for later. Yeah. I was looking at it earlier. Yeah, Laporta was doing some work. 14 points for a tight end is really good. Man, Montgomery's killing it for me, though. He was a good pickup. I didn't even draft him. Yeah, I wish my defense had swapped. I mean, Washington versus Tennessee is fine, but I have a waiver claim for the Detroit defense. But I didn't realize they were playing right now, so I couldn't get them. Oh, damn. So hold up. Montgomery got almost 14 points without even getting a touchdown. Whoa. Dude's a stud. Oh, they gave up 20 points? Well, okay. They've been consistently holding teams to one touchdown, which is interesting. All right, so because it can be a choice, it's still a single value, but it's, yeah, we're just going to say, huh. Yeah, the choice stuff gets trickier too. So let's at least make this simple with just the string boolean. I think we're going to get rid of number for now as well. Okay, so we end up parsing the action YAML. Now, inputs here ends up being an object. And yeah, I don't know. I never use like the for of syntax. And hold on. Okay. So we do that for this. And do the same thing for outputs. Oop. Strout. Okay. So then from here, const typed core is equal to that. And yeah, we'll call that good. So then this is the function where we need to figure out like how we take those inputs and render them out into like a string that's going to go into this file that is going to be valid TypeScript that we can import. So let's do this. We're going to create a file. And hey, what's up, productive time? How you doing? Oh, interesting. But yeah, yeah. Happy Turkey Day. When I was younger, I was definitely more of a curmudgeon. Me and a friend used to call it Happy Smallpox Blanket Day. It's a bit it's a bit morbid. Accurate, but morbid. Right? You can like the way that the holiday is celebrated without liking its origin. So yeah, the fact that it brings people together, that's awesome. The origins of it, less awesome. But yeah. Is there no like actions slash core TS types? Okay, so it's over in Actions Toolkit. So we'll have to go look there. It is written in TypeScript. Why don't we get any type safety from it? Let me get more music going. Ooh, we haven't listened to this one in a while. Okay, so the idea would be in this file, we could create an interface and call it inputs. And it's not going to be key, string, string, right? Let's actually go build out this part. And I forgot what we had there, so now we just got to make it up again. We definitely had another. Ah, yeah. Yep, there it is. Okay, so then description required type boolean default false, required false, whether to commit the changes. Okay. So now that we have those, right, we don't actually have any outputs, but we'll pass the outputs anyway. So then, yes. I need to just set that globally. So path is string, commit is boolean. Let's double check what they have here. So they got get input, get multi-line input, interesting. All right, so what I think I want to do here is we don't want to do this. We spread the core. And really, these are the only functions that we want to do something different with. So get input here. This would be input name, key of inputs, get input name, right? We'll do the set output that way too. Sure. Outputs times string. So now, how can we make sure that value here is the actual type of the value there? And yeah, how you doing, X Factor? What you up to? I actually nerd sniped myself a bit because I want to build a way of having actual types for when we do like a get input here, right? Milliseconds here probably shouldn't be a string. Like eventually we'd want it to be number capable. But at the bare minimum, right? Like they have a get Boolean input, which is worthwhile, but they don't have anything for like choice like types. So you could still have some weird values there. And if you have like a list of choices, you know what those are going to be. Yeah, I don't know. It's a fun thought experiment to try and build this, though. But yeah, like theoretically, you could do get Boolean input, and then you know it's a Boolean, right? But get input here could be a choice, and then we have a list of choices, and we want it to be those exact things. And same thing with like output. I'm wondering, can output be defined as a choice as well? So really, the value that it will be mapped to, that part I'm less, like I understand less. And I guess here's the big thing, right? Because a lot of this stuff is going out to what is essentially just command line stuff. Yeah, command line arguments are inherently strings, and you have to like map them back to the value that you're looking for. So if you were to do, you know, like foo 42, 42 there is still a string that you then need to parse into a number inside of your logic. What I'm wondering is like, could we do some of that parsing as well? For inputs, yes. For outputs, no, because it's going to be coerced back to a string anyway. So yeah, outputs don't have a type. So what we're doing is less valuable. So it was good we did it as like a thought experiment here rather than scaffolding an entire new project. It may not be as useful as I'm thinking, right? It's not the same as like environment variables, right? Like typing your environment variables so that you are using the keys that you care about and all that. I still think there's value, right? Like letting this be typed so that you know you're not like misspelling this. Like if you forgot the L, that's still valid. Even though this is TypeScript, it just doesn't know what those are. So at the bare minimum, maybe we don't have the types to coerce to, but we could know what the keys are. And I think knowing the keys is still helpful. So value here ends up still being any. Okay, so yeah, what we could do is get input, get Boolean input, and instead of inputs, we're going to have string inputs. And instead of an interface, this just becomes a type. Right, so then type Boolean inputs and choice inputs just wouldn't be there, but we would create that. So at the bare minimum, we're at least going to get type safety on like the keys. I think I like this. Sure. Okay, so this is a good example, right? So then this goes into our gen types function, and this is just that. So then this part right? Typed value is less important. This ends up just being strings. So string inputs, Boolean inputs, and then we just got outputs there. Oh, I did want the typed value. Yeah, but it's just string or Boolean. Then we got string inputs. We're going to have Boolean inputs. That was the end of that album. It was a short one, but it was a good one. Let's try and put on a slightly longer one. Here we go. Okay. So then, yeah, we get to this part. And this is where we just simply do something like... Yes, we'll do this. And I'm not a big fan of ternaries, but I think this is a good use case for one. Yeah. What's up, Tiago? How you doing? So yeah, then we basically just do the same thing. Boolean inputs type. All right, we'll call that good. Oh, you know what? So hold on, let me try something here. Yeah, no matter what, that gives us a string. Yeah, and we can do that. Cool. So yeah, we definitely want string inputs in there just because, right, we're referencing the type later. What up, Jarrell? How you doing? So then, yeah, these go away. Okay, so then, yeah, we get a typed core. Input here, this is path of typed core file to output. Yeah, I kind of like this. Okay, so then pnpm add tsx. And the input is that. All right, so unknown command action.yaml because I forgot to pass this. And it generated a typed core file exactly as we wanted it. Perfect. So now over in our main, right? Right, we can import typed core there, and then here, boom. So we get type safety. Okay. Boom. Right? Okay. So then const commit. We don't actually need that annotation, and we don't actually need that annotation because it's going to be a string anyway because we typed it as such. So no more, yeah, no more any from that part. And we get type safety here. Yeah. Like a glove. All right, cool. I think that was a good thought experiment. And do we think that's worth publishing or just maintaining as a utility? I almost think it's worth publishing. Now, this is the fun part. Tact is definitely taken, right? Yeah. Last published 9 years ago, though. Taction isn't a word. Oh, it is a word? What does taction mean? Huh. Okay. Shit. All right. So we'll call it taction. Oh. And Utkarsh, you're saying it's a cool project, like the idea of like generating typed GitHub action like core. Yeah, I think it's nifty. It's not the main project we're working on, so yeah, I like nerd sniped myself into it. Thank you for the follow, Python. That was about a half hour ago. My bad. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving. Oop. All right, so we've got a package JSON file. We're gonna add a bunch of stuff. So, commander. And do sup tsx. Type slash commander. Sup. Yeah, sup is just a really like nice and easy way of packaging TypeScript stuff. It uses ES build under the hood. You know, it's like pretty much a zero config way of bundling like TS files. TSX is a TypeScript executable, so it's like TS node, but also just less config. So yeah, it's kind of nice. So yes, we do end up needing YAML. And oh, okay, so that part seems fine now. All right, so yeah. Yeah, we need to install at types/node. Oh, I'm gonna need to move that though. And hold on. This seems a bit older. And we want bin. And what's up, Maniac? How you doing? Nice. To make this compatible with like other things, I think we just want to duplicate it. That's fine. You know, I would say try and like not talk about it too much here. We're trying to be more of a broadly applicable stream, which is definitely like, I mess up that a bit because it's probably about whiskey 30. No, no, it's fine. It's just yeah, it's not your fault. I've definitely changed up the vibe of the stream a little bit. Like, in the past, we used to be a mature stream in which I totally smoked here on stream and everything, right? Because it's legal where I live. But I don't know. We're trying to be a little more broadly applicable. So yeah, no worries there, Maniac. Appreciate having you here. Okay, so keywords, GitHub Actions, TypeScript, CLI types. Yes, yes, the webcam technical issues too. Yeah, I'm not perfect. No, that's fine. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's something we did maybe within the past like year or so. Well, I mean, it does happen from time to time. Okay. I'm going to do this. And then, yeah, we'll call that good. Hold on. Let's do this. Just to make sure. That's right. So we need to set module resolution to node next. Yeah, no worries, X Factor. Yeah, I'll probably be going for another few hours. Not doing anything crazy cooking wise. I did get some turkey pot pies. I was gonna get chicken pot pies, but I was like, you know what? Hold on. It's the holiday. So I got some turkey pot pies. Nice and easy. Yeah, no worries, Best World. Yep. Have we seen Four Wheel yet today? Okay, he's lurking. All right, just making sure. We saw Space Case earlier too. Just yeah, double checking. Want to make sure the people with like nice long watch streaks get to maintain them if they want. I think that's how you do the author entry, right? Hey, oh Flake. Aw, man, 9 months. What's the name of that sub baby? Okay, so yeah, we can do it that way. Um, we should add a license file. And we should add a README file. And then what would be another way? So yeah, I don't think Yarn has an NPX equivalent. And what's up, Dolly? How you doing? So one thing, right? We're gonna make this do an export default. That way the user can name it whatever they want. And that is still valid, right? Let me double check that. It isn't. So instead, wait, is it default export? I think it's export default. Yeah. Let me just go fix that over here then. And yeah, cool. So then let's double check this. Cool. But they are not options, they are required. And yeah, let's get rid of these though. And yeah, I'd say this looks pretty good. What's up, Army Ranger? How you doing? Oh, and here we don't need to do that as a const. And yeah, choice inputs are something we can add later. Yeah. And yeah, maybe instead of input output, because it's a little confusing, we may want to say like in file, out file. I think I like that. Yeah, I don't update it nearly enough. Like I make so many projects that I should definitely be like shouting them out as a blog post, but yeah, I haven't updated this since June. So yeah, in file, out file. And then yeah, I want to rename this in here. No. No, I use Astro. Or actually, no, this is a Gatsby site still. See, I use a static site generator because as a dev, I don't benefit from a CMS as much as non-devs would. Eventually, I would migrate off of Gatsby and use Astro. I just, haven't needed to. All right, so yeah, I like the changes we just made. There you go. I mean, that's a good idea. The only thing I would offer as like a suggestion is use some kind of tool like a Kanban board, like, Trello or any other tool like that. That way you can actually sort and filter. The ones that you actually want to make a blog post more of go to the top. It's just easier to drag and drop that stuff rather than having to read through the whole list when you want to go write a post. All right, same idea for like side projects, you know? Write down and record all side project ideas you have the moment you have the idea, whether you can do it now or not, whether it's within the scope of something that you could do within the time frame you have, whether you want to do it that much, right? Later, you can actually sort and filter those things better. But in the moment, just add it to the list. That way it's there so that you don't lose it. So, we have this package JSON file. We need to auth. Let me just do this just in case. Okay. Ooh, I don't have my phone on me. So give me a second while I go grab my phone. And I'm going to go dump out and rinse my beverage glass. And once this thing is published, then, yeah, we'll have all this. Yeah, since it is a holiday, I went and grabbed some Coca-Cola. But let me use the restroom real quick. Got my phone. Yeah, yeah. Like, you'll have projects like that you'll never be able to forget. But there are other things that, like, if you don't write them down, they're gone forever. There we go. All right, so this timed out, I'm pretty sure. Looks like music stopped too. Hold on. Ooh, he's got a new album. Let's check it out. All right, got to do one more one-time password. Okay. Yeah, I like this city. It's a good, fun, like, festive one. All right, so we published it up. Oh, and we may not need the post install, right? If we're shipping the dist as part of this package anyway. Yeah, let me fix that. Um, we still got to do this again. All right. Cool. All right, so now right, we can delete this. Yeah, how you doing, Sneaky Fox? All right, so now we can do PNP M ELX detection. Action YAML. Ooh. All right, so we got a bug there. Wrong thing there. Yeah, how's it going, Fallen? All right, and then we're gonna have to do this one more time. Okay, so yeah, that's the Canadian Thanksgiving, right? Why don't you guys just do it on the same day? It's easier. All right, we're published. All right, so then back over here. Shit. Okay. On the 11th or on the 10th this year? Okay, interesting. And yeah, what up, Colbert? How you doing? All right, so we got it to run. It doesn't actually let the user know it succeeded. There we go. So now let's double check this. Taction types. Taction types. Taction types. Yeah. Cool. All right, so we'll do one more publish. All right, and gotta do this one more time. And it's a good thing I'm hiding this. They do leak my IP address. So yeah, version 0.1.3 published. All right, let's do a tweet about it. Hold on. How do I I don't think I care about publishing to threads anymore. I just don't think I care about threads. right? Anyone here actually use threads? Really, Twitch martyr? I'm sorry. I don't know. I feel like Blue Sky is definitely like the thing filling in that void. Right, and like, why leave one platform because of an oligarch just to leave, like, go to another one that's owned by an oligarch? Like, I don't know, man. I would say it's worthwhile just for like publishing content, but I only get 3 like free platforms to like publish to from Buffer. Oh, someone else did the song command already. So yeah, like, you know, I'm not paying for Buffer. No thanks. So I got to just pick and choose. So I think for like, you know, mass publishing, like, you know, announcing something like this, I'd say Twitter, Blue Sky, and LinkedIn are probably like the ones for me. If they gave me one more channel, I'd totally use Threads as like the 4th one there. But I don't care about publishing to any of these other things, you know? Right? Mastodon, Threads are the only ones worth considering. I'm definitely not going to publish to Facebook. Ugh. So yeah, I think for this case, you know, as far as like the aggregation goes, right? So yeah, let me just do this announcement post. I'm building a GitHub action. I was annoyed that there was no type safety around the keys for inputs and outputs. So I nerd sniped myself into building a CLI tool to generate those types from the action.yaml file. No, I don't do advent of code. I don't find any value or fun in it. I know it's like cool for puzzles and blah blah blah, but I just nah, man, like I solve puzzles while I build stuff. Those are my favorite kind of puzzles. Like just now, Bad Cop, have you ever made a GitHub action where you maybe upset that it didn't allow you to have type safety around the keys for inputs and outputs to that action? Well, I made a tool called Taction, which will actually generate a typed core file so that you can actually have your string inputs as like a string union. So when you do a get input, if you were to mistype the name of one of these things, oh, hold on, we got an error there because I changed that. And then there we go, right? Like, yep, that's no good. So instead, boom. And then from here, boom. So I don't know. I nerd sniped myself into it. But we just built it today, right? Like that's my favorite kind of advent of code. Just solve a problem, nerd snipe yourself into something new. And yeah, now we got it published out to NPM. So running it is as simple as npx taction types. Voila. Eclipse for Advent of Code. Why is that? Oh, and Iakl. I don't know if I pronounced your name right. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. All right. You're a 3D generalist. Thanks for my work. I mean, I don't know. Do you use any of the stuff I built? What's up, Standard? All right, so we got this thing published out. Use the camaraderie we've built up over time. There you go. About to start cooking for Thanksgiving? Nice. Yeah, no, I get that, Iakl. That's fine. This is 4 roses, because I haven't been to Costco yet. I'm mixing it with Coca-Cola today, because it's a holiday, you know? No, calories do matter, right? I'm trying to lose a bit of weight. Exactly, it's Black Friday Eve. Oh, and let me double check a thing on Twitter. You got a Pixel 9 for a pretty nice discount. Awesome. Thanks, Kyle. Yeah, hold on. That does remind me. I should definitely send a message. Happy Thanksgiving. There we go. Nailed it. If you put them next to each other, not sure you'd be able to tell the difference at this point. Oh, do they do like the three like lenses BS? Man, there we go. Right, like that BS. Hold on. My mom went fiddling with the phone plans. And now I think I don't have phone access. I know, right? Like, kind of annoying. And I'm not even sure she has like a good phone line. So now I'm going to send my mom a message on LinkedIn. Right? So that's fun. Anyway, let's get more music going. She just had to go fiddling with things. God, that is just so annoying. Like, I don't. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. Yeah, hold on. God, this is so annoying. All right, so yeah, I don't know, man. She just had to go fiddling with stuff. God, like I don't even have a phone to call. Like, all right, I need to get my own line so she can't fiddle with it anymore. Like my own like account. No. Like the phone turns on, but it's in SOS mode, which means I can't call, I can't text. I can basically only dial 911. Like I still have Wi-Fi. How do you turn off an iPhone, right? Like maybe I just need to turn it off and on again. Yeah, I can't text, I can't call, I can't do anything. Yeah, I just got it. Thanks, Zach. Sure. Oh, never mind. Now, looks like I just needed to reboot. Yeah, I got power now. Hey, sorry for the alarm. After rebooting, my phone seems fine now. I was schwitzing because there's still a couple services that I haven't, like, they don't offer proper two-factor auth, so they still do SMS auth. Yeah. And I like that word, schwitzen. It's a solid word. Happy Thanksgiving, LOL. All right, cool. No, that's typically how I am. In stressful situations like that, you know, I may look calm on the outside, but mile a minute on the inside. That's just the way I've always been. All right. Whew. Man, I was like literally stressing. Way better now. All right. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving. My mom was like, so what are you doing? Getting together with friends? Well, I'm streaming, so kind of the same thing. All right, so there we go. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think so. Like, honestly, yeah, this is my favorite thing to do besides snowboarding. If I could bring y'all snowboarding with me, then that'd be the best. All right, just double checking this, blah, blah, blah. There we go. Okay, so back to what we're doing here. And hey, Pedro, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, blowing me up here. So yeah. Actions core, blah, 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 blah. My mom's like complimenting me, like, yeah, it looks like I'm doing well with Git cracking. She was never interested in presentations. I chimed in. It's a nice adrenaline rush. Okay. Let's close some of this down. And yeah, for everyone out there who maybe hasn't seen Giphium yet, I'd say check it out. All right, give it a shot. And if you got a chance, maybe go vote for it over on the Solid Hack website in that link right there. So hack.solidjs.com/submissions. And yeah, I would really appreciate your upvote. So yeah, I'd really appreciate it. If you haven't seen what Giphium is, right, you click next, and you get this nice, pretty animation of, you know, like a code diff. And Bad Cop, if you're still out there, yes, you can do bash. I think it would be under shell, maybe? Shell script. Right, then you would generate it into a GIF that you can share on social media. There are some bugs. We can't fix any of those bugs on the live version, but there is a next branch that I will be merging once voting is done. And hey, what's up, Crafty Sheep? How you doing? Is that unknown sheep? No, that's not enough messages. You did change up your name, though, right? Maybe not. No? Okay. My bad. Yeah, you're not unknown sheep. Not enough messages there. But, yeah. I don't know. My bad. All right, and then just double check in on some of the social media stuff with the post. Cool. So yeah, what's everyone up to today? Anything fun? You eat some good food? All right, let's close some of these things down that we don't need, and we'll get back to building what we're building. Can't keep Mom waiting. Wasn't as hungry as you thought you'd be, so you didn't eat much. There's always leftovers, though, right? Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm gonna make some turkey pot pies for dinner, right? Just like the pre-made kind. I'm just gonna heat them up. Ooh, I like what they did with the latest version of Chrome. They even let you know which tabs are like inactive, so they're like the RAM is freed up. That's smart. I like that. This is really nice, actually. Yeah. I like chicken pot pie more, but I figured for the holiday, might as well do turkey. Yeah, I like chicken pot pie more, but I figured for the holiday, might as well do the turkey. And I don't know why. The quote from uh, Trading Places just popped in my head. It ain't cool being no jive turkey this close to Thanksgiving. Yeah. Any reason for turkey on Thanksgiving? Because that's what they ate at the first Thanksgiving. I'm pretty sure that's it. I actually prefer ham, which was not at the first Thanksgiving. But as far as those like traditional like main staples go, man, yeah. Ham's always the first thing to go, right? Because it's just so delicious. Right? The thing no one ever makes enough of. All right, so real quick, should we, before we get too deep into this GitHub action for the Mermaider stuff, should I make a quick blog post about the about Taction? Um, let's go find my blog. Right, it'll be a quick blog post, like real fast. And hold on, before we move on from Tatchin too much, let's create a couple issues. All right, so add support for choice inputs, add support for multi-line inputs. I think those are the big ones. Okay, so here's something. Our VS Code settings here. Bam! I just nailed it with the guess for 5. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Oh, like a glove. Making authoring GitHub actions more type safe. Oh, hold on. Don't want to keep mom waiting. One second. All right. Okay, so making authoring GitHub actions more type safe. And we'll make this, 28, which is kind of funny. So 5 months later exactly. Okay, so there we go. Let's actually start authoring this thing. What is an image we would probably want to use for this? Hold on. One second. Okay, hold on. One more thing. Okay, so let's do this. Right, our title and everything's going to be there. And I was annoyed by the lack of type safety for getting inputs and setting outputs. Right? Boom. So yeah, we'll have the problem. first, or maybe like to understand why this is a problem. Let's take a look at an example actions.yml. And Flip Iris, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? All right, so yeah, right, we have this example file here, right? ID of the input, ID of the output. Technically, right now we're building a blog post talking about this thing that I just built on stream today. So the thing I just built is actually a thing that I built for another thing I'm building, which is the thing in the title right now. But the thing I just built is basically a way to get like better type safety for when you're consuming or when you're building GitHub Actions. So as an example, right, as I make this blog post, it'll make a lot more sense. So let me just continue writing this, and as I write this, maybe you have some questions. But yeah, let me get this part just kind of going. File. We have an input called who to greet and an output called time. Right? If you wanted to get access, you do something like that. You're in a similar boat, so it's nice to chill? Nice. Yeah, like, what are you building? More interactivity in your chat? Gotcha. And what language are you building in? Python. Ooh, yeah. So I'm not aware of what like the good like Python library for interacting with Twitch chat is. What is that? Like, yeah, what are you using? Or are you just interfacing directly with the IRC feed? If I was going to do it in JavaScript, TypeScript, I would use tmi.js, which is a fantastic library. But yeah, I don't know what you would use in Python. I'm sure, you know, there's something. Twitch.io. Ah, okay. Well, yeah, like here's the thing. And this is one of my favorite ways of just like learning another language anyway. Build it in the language that you're most familiar with first. And then once you've actually like figured out what you needed to do, build it in a language that you're less familiar with. So I have this tool called Proficientim. Technically, I need to get rid of the HTTPS. And it's not proficientim.com. I think it's proficientim.chrisgriffing.com? No. Damn, does anyone remember where I have Proficientim hosted? Is it Apropos? There it is. Yeah, it's Apropos. Okay. So, main gist is, right, let me describe this real quick. Let's say you want to find a domain name, you know, and you want it to be something similar to maybe like the word guardian, right? So you could search for guardian and synonyms of the word guardian.com, and here is a bunch of the synonyms that are available. All the others are registered. You could also add a suffix like app, right? So then, you know, you get some more like bailiff app or jailer app. And maybe app isn't what you want, but you want get instead. So get, right? Get bailiff. Hey, bailiff is actually not a bad domain name. Like, I don't know, could be cool. But the idea is I have this API that has basically two endpoints, one to fetch synonyms and then one to check like the who is like records for those like domains. I built this API originally in Node.js, and then I went and rebuilt the API in Elixir, Go, and Rust to learn those languages. Because if I'm going to learn a backend language, right, I would need it to be able to make an API, right, like a REST API. I would need to be able to make requests out to other services for the synonyms, right? One of those APIs is an XML API, and the other is a JSON API. So how I handle and parse XML and JSON, right? That's going to be specific to each language. And I just, you know, there's a lot of like boxes I'm checking off. Like I need to interact with who is. I need to like find what other libraries are out there and all that stuff. So at the end of the day, like because I check off a good 5 things of like what an API would need to do with this API, rebuilding it in a new language is a way to evaluate that language's ability to make APIs. So kind of fun. And yeah, I did that back in like 2016. So I learned Rust, Elixir, and Go back in 2016. And yeah, like it's my favorite way to learn a new language. Have something that you've already built and then rebuild it in the new language. And this UI, the original UI was actually written in React. And then when Angular 2 came out, I needed to learn Angular 2, so I rebuilt this UI in Angular 2 just because I had already built it. I knew what I needed to build. Then I just had to figure out how. The reason I really like this approach is because when you're building something brand new, you're figuring out like what you need to do. And that will slow you down when instead just building the same thing in another language or another framework, you already know what you need, and then you just need to figure out how. So that figuring out how, I don't know, it's just easier to wrap your head around a new language because you're not having to make up everything as you go. You already have like a blueprint for what you need. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I really like that approach. And I don't hear many other people actually preach it. So yeah, I feel like that's like a uniquely CM Griffing approach to learning things. And so, right, I could say about 10 years that I don't know if that includes, like, it doesn't include maybe when I learned HTML for GeoCities or when I learned CSS for MySpace. When I learned some bullshit for Flash to do some like bullshit Flash stuff. Like, you know, the years you've been programming are actually meaningless. The way I like to phrase that is I think we all know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and still suck. Right? So the years don't matter. It's the effort you put in during whatever time you're doing it. Right? We all probably know people who've been snowboarding for 20 years and still suck. So yeah, at the end of the day, you could be brand new. You could have a year or two under your belt, but if you're putting in the effort, I would definitely consider that person more knowledgeable than someone who's just been coasting for the past 10 years, right? So yeah, effort and intention are important. So I usually don't even like answering the question, how long have I been programming? Because I don't think it matters. And a steel toad, thank you. And yeah, how you doing, steel toad? All right, so yeah, we're just doing a nice quick blog post. It doesn't even have to be like a big one. Right, the problem. The solution. And yeah, what up, Chica? Oh, no, no, like, no. If I worried about the distractions, I wouldn't be streaming, right? Streaming is nonstop distraction. I'm okay with that. 512K words of memory? When you say word, does that mean bytes? A word is 8 bytes. Ah, that makes... Okay, gotcha. Okay. So couldn't you just say 4 meg? Like 4 megabytes of memory instead? But I guess word is dependent upon like the size within like an architecture then at that point, so word is probably the right way. I don't know. Arch, by the way. And I know it's not the same arch, but whatever. It's kind of fun. Thought that was a good meme. All right, so yeah, let's continue building some of this out. At first, word in embedded is what unknown is in TS. I don't think like exactly, but I guess I understand what you mean, right? Like you need to like assess what word actually means based upon the architecture that you're dealing with, right? So in a similar way, like in Go, you have int. Int could be int 32 or int 64, depending on the architecture that you're on, right? If you want to be very explicit about it, you can say int 32 or int 64, but if you just do int, then it's whatever the larger one that the platform supports is. Which allows you to write like the same code for both architectures to a degree. Is that close? Does that make sense, Chica? I'm just trying to understand it better. Like close enough? Okay. Let's make it a little bit stronger. And yeah, how's everyone else's day going? Once again, if you haven't seen the thing I built called Gifium, I would really, really appreciate your vote over on the Solid Hack website. Too much turkey, too much pie. Oh yeah, definitely whiskey time. It's a holiday, isn't it? But yeah, so if you haven't seen Gifium, basically you can give it a start snippet and an end snippet, and you can see a preview of it, and then you can generate that preview into a GIF that you could share to social media. If you think this is a cool project, I would really appreciate you going and giving it a vote on hack.solidjs.com. Right, so over on the submissions page, you would have to log in with GitHub, but it would definitely help me out. Also, runtime complexities and hardware interop. Sure, CPU to GPU. Got it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And yeah, what's up, FD? Have you voted? Have you voted for Gifium on the hack.solidjs website? Sure. Yeah. As long as you just only vote once. They do it to make sure that people aren't like spamming or like doing fake account stuff or whatever. So yeah, just make sure that you only vote once. I'm not looking to like game the system, right? So don't vote with like more than one email or GitHub account or any of that stuff. And yeah, you just sign in with GitHub to vote. And then find Gifium in the list and give it a star if you can. And you'd be helping me out quite a bit. I doubt it there, Fievel. Like, no, it's fine. And keep in mind, there are other things on there too, right? If you see a project that you really like, vote for it too. Like, I'm not looking to monopolize your votes. I'm just simply spurring people to get to the website and check out some of the other things too. And if you like those, vote for those too. Because you could star all of these if you wanted. So yeah, thanks everyone for your support. I appreciate you. Hey, thanks, FD. Y'all already voted? Yeah, no worries. Thank you. I appreciate it, Jindrak. How you doing? What you up to today? Oh. Hey, thanks, Crafty Sheep. Ooh, you know what the nice part about upgrading to the new Mac Mini is? I can actually do this again. I can actually get proper, like, Mac OS native screenshots instead of having to use Sketch. That's huge. Yeah, I got the new Mac Mini. Hold on. Let me name this file. We'll call it result.png. Hey, there you go. I was just about to do that command. Oh, you got the same exact one? Hell yeah, good. And dude, FD, nah, don't feel bad. Like, dude, yeah, you're doing important stuff, man. You just got to get the wife watching stream too, and then you're good to go. No big deal. So easy. I'm kidding, by the way. Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't think it'll work out. I don't think it would be a good idea. Um, and hey, Mr. Yellowbeard. I love that movie, by the way. Have you seen the movie Yellowbeard? It's a classic. Oh, it's good. Wow, thank you for that follow. And then I'm just gonna say Jur. Jur, thank you for the follow. A Higdr? I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry. If you let me know, I'll try. You're trying to transition her from accounting to tech? Oh, there you go. Yeah. And I would bet she's probably a wizard with like Excel and some of that stuff, right? Excel is programming, you know? So, yeah, I bet the transition would not be too bad, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, like a complicated Excel spreadsheet is, man, like, yeah, that stuff's complex. Hold on. Is that right? Is it social.cm riffing? Shit. What is my domain name? Oh no. Okay, so it's not that one. Uh, where am I hosting this? Is it Render? I think it's on Render. Nice hang sesh. Enjoy. You have some work to finish. I mean, I make great background noise while you're working. But yeah, no worries. Have a good night. Is that your own stream? Like your own emote from your own stream. Nice, I like that. Yeah, it's a cool emote. It is socials. Ah, you're doing audio work. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Oh, it's just cmgriffing.com. Brain fart. Yeah, no worries. Do you do dev on your stream? Sometimes? Okay. Like, what do you mainly stream? And I know, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to keep you here too long. Like, is it mainly like a gaming stream? It was music for 4 years. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's legit. Wait, what does that mean? Like interactive streams? Yeah, if you get a chance, like I'm not on the right account right now, so it's like it's tricky for me. But I have a gaming channel. I'll happily give you a follow on that gaming channel, and you know, if I have a big enough crowd, I'll totally raid you while you're live. Like I'll follow you here too, just in case. No, the music stuff's cool, man. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, go ahead and send that. I don't know if I'll watch it right now, but I can check it out later for sure. And what's up, Widgeler? How you doing? Been a little bit. And yeah, I need to throw Twitter down to the bottom of that list. Throw Blue Sky into this list. Okay. Um, and yeah, one really good streamer is Dom Palambi. He does a lot of really good music stuff. Like really, really cool dude. You know, just in case you're looking for like other music people, Dom's great. Oh, you know Dom. Awesome. Yeah, yeah. He's so cool. Like such a good dude. Yeah, I met him at there was like a pre-PAX event, like a pre-PAX Twitch event like 2 years ago that was really good. So I got to meet and hang out with him and like Will Roget, who did like the like a bunch of like game soundtracks. Like, yeah, just really cool. Like, I don't know. I got lucky and just got to hang out with those guys for a night. Like, it was awesome. Hey, what's up, Sad? How you doing? I mean, music's great, but yeah, you gotta have like more irons in the fire. And real quick, Dev Marley, I missed that follow. I'm sorry. And Flip, thank you. Yeah, just double checking. And yeah, what have I been doing lately, Widgler? Well, I mean, I built a thing called Githium. If you're willing to go check out Githium, that would be just a whole lot cooler if you did. Yeah, no worries, Flip. Have a good one. So yeah, Widgler. Githium is basically a way of creating GIFs of your code diffs. So here we have a start code and an end code. We click next, and here's a preview of it. If we want to generate that into a GIF that we could share to social media, then we do that. And then bam, we've got this diff that we can totally like share out by downloading it and uploading it to something like Twitter or LinkedIn or whatever. How to make the Mac Mini and the Linux laptop work together on the same screen. Typically, like, you wouldn't show them both at the same time. Is that something you're trying to do? Like, see both at the same time? Or are you just trying to, like, switch between them? So not KVM style. Yeah, I mean, to do that, you're basically going to need, like, capture cards for both. Or for at least one. Then you capture the output from one into the other and you use something like OBS. Like, nah. I wouldn't recommend it. One thing you might consider though, just in case, it's still not going to be a great experience, but you could look into NDI, which is like the network display kind of stuff. So maybe check out NDI. No, Sab. Like, I get it. I just think it's like a really tough thing to do, and I'm curious, like, why you need to do that though. But you can like bring in an input via software and networking without needing to get a capture card. Like, I use NDI to get my gaming PC's audio onto the game stream. So it's an option. It's just not great, you know? But definitely worth a shot. So, I don't know. So yeah, Widgler, if you have not voted for it yet, I would say please, please, please go vote for it in that second link there, the hack.solidjs.com/submissions. Right? You'll have to log in on that site with your GitHub account. But once you've done that, you can go put a star next to Githium, and that would really help me out. And that goes for everyone out there, like you, Sab, like anybody. I'd really appreciate it. Now, don't spam it. Only do it like your one account. Even if you have more than one GitHub account, only use one of them. I'm not trying to like cheat, but I am trying to promote it. Because winning is like $5,000 in my pocket, of which I will definitely dole out some of that to people like Salomon, to people like Crutchcorn, the people that helped me build it. And all right, so I'd say this blog post is basically done. We just need to get some Unsplash image for it. Thanks, Seb. Appreciate you. Right? I'm thinking some kind of like image for safety would work. I don't know. I need some kind of image here. But we can't use any of the ones that have this like plus icon because those are like the premium ones. And I'm not doing anything premium for my blog posts. Hell no. Not made of money. I liked safety. All right, like something with a construction helmet would be good. Maybe just construction. I kind of like that one. Yeah, I kind of like that. All right, we'll call it good. Sure. Hey, thanks, Sicario. All right, there we go. So yeah, new blog post. Awesome. I only know that word from the movie, and I never watched the movie. What is a real Sicario? Like, you know, I know the movie exists, but what does the word mean? Oh, a killer? Okay. A hired gunman or assassin. Right? Because, yeah, I think of the word like murder as in like muerte, right? And then I start thinking of the movie shit. What's the name of the movie? Like Undercover Blues or something like that? Undercover Blues. Yes, this movie's fantastic. Yeah, they play like spies or something. They got a baby or whatever. But there's a character in it named Muerte, but they keep calling him Morty. It's played by Stanley Tucci. I think it's one of his first roles. But yeah, they keep calling him Morty. All right, whatever you say, Morty. I am Muerte. Like, you know, it's really good. Yes, the first film I remember him in, but it looks like he was an actor in a bunch of stuff before that. All right, let's double check it. Oh, still building. I think that one's on Vercel, right? Yeah, personal site. Ah, still building. All right, so continuing along, we got more stuff to do. Oh, hold up. Aw. That is a disaster of cables, Seb. Holy shit. That's so many cables. But yeah, I like my new Mac Mini. I hope you like yours too. Sab, you're not going to want to miss stream. I don't know when we're going to do it, but I am going to shave the mustache live on stream sometime in the next month. Are you trying to say today should be the day? Well, too bad. Now we'll see. It is getting like really annoying. Like it's way too long. Like it gets into my drinks, gets into my food. And like the effort of trimming it is basically the same effort as shaving, so I might as well just keep shaving. But okay, so back to the thing we're building. It's called Mermaider. All right, so we'll call that should commit, and then this is going to be path to parse. Now, if we look at the package JSON in here, yeah, we're not going to have any output. It's almost Friday. I mean, here in the US, today's a holiday and tomorrow's a holiday, so it's quite nice. And like tomorrow's not necessarily a holiday, but most companies that have today off have tomorrow off as well. Space Case does not, but most companies do. Yeah, exactly. You've been seeing a lot of food on like social media and stuff? Yeah, sounds about right. And yeah, I'm just going to do some lazy food tonight. Oh, there you go, Chaotic. Ooh, yeah. Like a collective effort. Like you all banded together so that you could all get the day off. Very smart. I like that. I'm tempted to try and wake up early tomorrow and go grab like a, like a cheaper turkey from the grocery store. Chances are I won't get there in time. Am I going to save a turkey? What do you mean by that? Like the turkeys are already dead. They are no more. Those turkeys have ceased to be. Sure. But the ones at the grocery store, there's no saving them. No amount of CPR is going to revive one of those turkeys. Yes, I could save them from someone else's oven by putting them in my oven. I mean, Sab, yeah, I prefer ham anyway, so yeah, that's not a bad idea. What you're saying is I should go play that game and kill a couple boars, right, just to celebrate the holiday? What's the name of that game? PAX Day? Think they've done an update lately? Boars are food, not friends, okay? Now, the problem with getting a turkey is then I'd have to cook it. And that sounds like a pain in the ass, doesn't it? I mean, Invasion, the best time to start was yesterday. Second best time to start is today. That's just science. Best time to give up? Never. Right? Totally. All right. So, yeah, what we end up wanting to do in. Right? Like in this script, we need to bring in our CLI tool. And hold on. Now, we had an example of how they do that. Oh, did I lose that file? Ah, here we go. Yeah. So, Lighthouse. How do they do this part? Yeah. Okay. What about pumpkin pie colors? Are we saying like the orange beanie? Sure. Hmm. Okay, so that part's okay. Cool. So we do that part. So yeah, we're going to follow a lot of the same pattern that the Lighthouse project runs because we're just using the action to wrap the CLI tool that we already built. But real quick, I got to pee. So give me a second. I'll be right back. Oh, and I'm back. Let's do another one of these. All right, so Mermaider CLI path is a value that we use. Where's that run child command happening? Like, where are they defining that? Ah, right here. Got it, got it, got it. So it's really just a child process dot spawn sync. This is whiskey and Coca-Cola. Yeah, for sure. Most days besides holidays, it's just whiskey and water. Because, you know, calories and all that. But it's a holiday, so, you know, we can treat ourselves. I'm curious what your name here, like on Twitch, was beforehand, because this account, like you made this account 5 days ago. So you've obviously seen the stream before. Curious what your other account was. Sure. Not with this account, though. Okay. Makes sense. I'm just always a little skeptical of brand new accounts. No offense. Oh, I definitely do. There is something questionable about brand new accounts most of the time. I'm good. How about you, Div Union? Or is it Div Onion? I almost want to just keep saying onion. Just for fun. Like there's a snowboard brand called Union. They do like bindings. I pretty consistently just called them onion bindings, just for fun. I'm building in TypeScript. Basically, the title of the stream and the today command should kind of help you out there. How interesting. You know what? I'm okay with making this a synchronous call. interestingly, it is parse. So if we should commit, then we want to do another one of those, sure. And then we do a commit. And the message then ends up being update mermaid diagrams. Right, skipping commit. Yeah, I wonder. What's the right use case for all this? And let me get more music going. So I almost wonder if like the should commit like argument, does that even matter? I'm not sure this check is even necessary. Like, when would an error get thrown that wasn't a proper error? So let's go look at the README for this. Well, and Daruk. Did I say that right? Or is it Daruk? Let me know and I'll pronounce it better. Like, you know, my bad. But thank you for the follow and thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. But now, Big Daddy Bezos knows where you are. He knows everything about you. No, and I get that. So, like, is it like the last part? Is it rook, as in like the piece in chess, or is it rook? Right. So, is it like the word look, or is it like the word kook? Like, I don't know. It is rook like chess, so daruk. All right. Sure. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate that. And have you started streaming yet? And you mentioned that you are Turkish, so I'm guessing like you actually found this stream through Userin, then, right? Right? Like he rated us maybe a couple years ago. You've streamed twice? Nice. Well, then let me give you a follow. You've streamed twice since you created the account 5 days ago? That's huge, man. No, and I get that. It's tough. Yeah, building up an audience is tough. You know, I've been doing this like 6.5 years now. The biggest thing is make sure you have a camera and make sure you're actually engaging chat, even if you don't think anyone's there. So say your thoughts out loud, all that stuff. But I would say having a camera is incredibly important. There are very few streamers that can actually make it work without a camera. Maybe if you haven't seen their stream, there is El Clonk. They do a really good job of like having like an avatar thing, so you can have an avatar. Right? So if you see their stream, they have this like avatar that's done in ASCII art. You can totally do that, but you need something that people can like relate to. So whether it's, you know, like a, what do they call those? Like a VTuber approach, or whether it's your actual camera, you need something that people can relate to. Oh, and I'm just not logged in. I was like, how am I not following Clonk? But now I am, so we're good. And no, I get it, but, you know, you can get more viewers by making sure you're checking the right boxes. Even something as funny as a South Park style talking head. Wink. See what you did there, Steel Toad. Yeah, I need to revive that project. Yeah, I definitely need to revive that project. So yeah, I think the commit thing is actually not valid. So yeah, I think this is all we kind of need for right now for this specific project, right? For like the action. We need to kind of make it work. And yeah, here's something I'm gonna do. Hold on, just checking on my social stuff. So onion. The idea is, and I hope you're okay with me saying onion. It's just like a good fun joke, but it's up to you. You get final say on how I pronounce your name. I'll probably say either union or onion, just because it's it's shorter. But onion's more fun. Okay, cool. Just making sure. So yeah, onion. The idea is like right now, the basic gist is just generating a workflow diagram for a backend endpoint. Less for API documentation's sake, but definitely that. But also maybe to be able to like in code review, if you see this diagram change from like within a PR, well then that gives you a hint at like what you should be looking for as well, right? Like it's to improve the code review process in general. And eventually, could you ask an LLM, like once it's generated the mermaid diagram, hey, is there a potential timing attack in this backend endpoint? So it's less about project tracking and more about just like looking at a flow through a backend API, like endpoint. And yeah, is there something that maybe we need to address? Could you catch it earlier rather than later? Let me see. Do I have one downloaded? Not at the moment. Oh, yeah, I know. We have let me double check here in the CLI. Yeah. So we get this. Let's go reveal in Finder. Right. And then we open this with something like Firefox. And then in your like review of this PR, if this is actually committed, you can actually see the difference maybe between the original and then something that maybe someone changed about the flow of this backend endpoint. So number one, like it's nice for documentation, just for like a new dev coming into this project and seeing what each endpoint is doing, understanding the logic flow, etc. There's value to that. But also to improve the code review process to where like if this changes, well, is it changing in the right way? Right? Rather than having to read the entire source code file, could you get like a higher level view of the flow through it? So maybe to help prevent some of the looks good to me kind of like, PR review styles. It was just a random like thought and idea. I don't have any specific project in mind for using this, but this is like personally, this is one of my favorite use cases for LLMs. Like I don't use LLMs for pretty much anything. But this is something that I actually find major value in. Like, hey, is there a potential timing attack here? The tricky part is it almost always says yes, there is. But I believe we've like eliminated the majority of the timing attacks in this file. All sorts of them. There, Magoo. That's fine. Daruk, I just think your ability to retain that kind of knowledge might be actually hindered by not putting in the effort to like research it yourself. I'm not saying definitely, I'm saying it's possible. Right? Each person's different. See, so I don't mind auto completion. I think like Copilot, Super Maven, etc. I think those things are actually the best use case for LLMs. Right? It's just the evolution of IntelliSense. Like, yeah, give me that. But the nice part is we don't have to work the same way. Like, it's no big deal, man. So yeah, the part that I'm questioning at the moment is we have not published our CLI for Mermaider. And I missed some follows, so hold on. Magia and Pity, thank you for the follows. Welcome. How you doing? Oh, this seems kind of fun. So yeah, Dev Cycle is hosting a mini like hackathon kind of thing for feature flags. But you do have to use the Dev Cycle, like SDKs and all that. I mean, don't you see the gray hair in my mustache? Of course I'm a senior. And yeah, what's up, Khalid? How you doing over there on YouTube? Mr. Sir. But you're only as senior as you feel. Yeah, I'm doing well there, Khalid. Definitely losing a little bit of steam. Right? Like, might be food time here in a bit. I don't pick favorites. If you have a problem that you want to solve, right? Then I can pick a language based on a use case. But picking favorites? Nah, stop. They're not sports teams, man. Khalid, how far about the project? I think we're really close. What I'm like currently waffling on in my head is how we end up testing this. And I'm actually not sure how we can end up bringing in our Mermaider CLI. Like, I may have to publish it, which I think we should probably do anyway. So yeah, actually, let's do that, right? Oh, wrong NPM. Oh, if I could type. Oh, I do have a favorite font. Damn right. Oh, and hold on. Any tips on getting help with Python? You're having issues with a Discord music bot. Nah. Yeah, sorry there, Delphic. Like, nah. You just gotta put in the effort. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Sans bullshit. Sans is great. I mean, so Delphic, I'm sorry, man. Like, why do people need to help you? Right? Like, what do they gain from it? In many cases, no offense, but users like yourself aren't actually trying to join a community. They're looking to get the answer to their one question, then we'll never see them again. Right? Why would a community want to help someone like that? And I just want to point out, right? Like, programming in general is hard. But you know what? The part you're on right now is not the hardest part. So if you're looking for the shortcut on the easy part, you're really going to have a bad time for the hard part. I am a chill guy. You're just kind of a douchebag yourself, buddy. Yeah, fuck off. You think I'm going to bend over backwards for $2.50? Fuck you. Have fun with your look for a community, dude. Dude, fuck off. Yeah, good luck with your Python Discord bot or whatever. Like, dude, yeah. Some people, man. You mean I don't want to take time out of my personal stream in which I'm building something to be someone else's personal Stack Overflow? I guess I suck, huh? Yeah, that's on me. Whoops. You mean I don't want to be someone's personal tech support for $2.50 a month? Fuck me, right? Yeah. I'm mixing some whiskey into some Coca-Cola. Normally I mix it with the water. But it's a holiday, so why not? Oh, the duck face. There you go. Wait, why didn't the duck show up? Wait, really? There it is. Okay. But yeah, Ryan, how you doing, man? Been a little bit. See, I think Sab's the only one that prefers me without the mustache. Pretty sure everyone else likes the mustache. All right, so this Mermaider organization. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think it'll be today. I know the music is actually, it's the real reason people are watching the stream. They just put up with me. I get it. No, this album's so good. I really like this album. Is everything okay with what guy, Khalid? Oh, the person we banned? No, they're banned. Like, no, they're gone. Yeah, we don't need them. No, that was easy. This stream and them, never the twain shall meet. No, like, and yeah, here's the thing, Khalid, right? What they're doing is probably not necessarily that hard, but the fact that they're wanting to like tap out and have someone just do the work for them is not a good sign. Like, we all get to that point. The key is take a step back and tackle the problem again tomorrow after you've like had a chance to think about it. But yeah, the moment you're looking for the shortcut on actually like some of the easier stuff, oh, it's not a good sign. Software dev is pain, right? Like Rick and Morty, right? Existence is pain. You know? Either you embrace it and you get a little bit addicted to that pain, right? Like when you were younger and you had a loose tooth and you just kept wiggling it. You know, some people start to like the pain. We call those people software developers. Like right now, I'm dealing with the pain of trying to think about how I want to publish some of this stuff. That part's a bit trickier. I think we release out the CLI tool. I don't think we need to release the core. Really, Seb? I mean, that's taking the easy way out. No, you just got to wiggle it and get, like, you know, really, really, really into that pain that makes you feel alive. Ugh, tattoos? No, thank you. You mean a brand? You want someone to brand you? Ooh, Khalid, you're gonna be graduating, right? Awesome, man. So, degree in computer science. I'm gonna guess it's a bachelor's degree. Hell yeah, man. That's more than I got. I have an associate's degree in applied science. And even then, I'm lucky I got that one. So yeah, congrats, man. Cheers that. Tink. Most expensive piece of paper ever, and you probably don't use it for anything major, right? And yeah, Seb. Yeah, for sure, right? Borderline addictive? No, literally addictive, right? That feeling of overcoming an obstacle or a challenge is so good. It's the same thing of like practicing a skateboarding trick for hours on end and finally getting it. Same thing snowboarding wise. Like, oh my God, yeah. I can't tell you how many times I have failed to spin a frontside 7. But man, that first time I landed it, all that other stuff didn't matter. Yeah, there you go, Goop. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I mean, here's the thing, Sheep. Yes, the market is kind of bad. IT is actually worse. And what you got to look at is like the salary ceiling in IT is actually really fucking low. So even if you put in years as an IT professional, the highest your salary is going to get is like 150K, depending on the state you live in, like here in the US, right? I'm talking purely if you're in the Seattle area, you'll never make more than 150K working IT. It'll never happen. Meanwhile, the ceiling for a software dev, it's like 400K. And I'm not saying like one works harder than the other. Hell no. I completely push back on that statement. What I'm saying is that companies recognize the value of the upper end of one career more than the other. Right? People who work in IT work their ass off. Right? People who work in support, people who work in testing, they work their ass off. They just don't get compensated well enough for it, in my opinion. Ooh, there you go, Goob. Yeah, make salsa, do some salsa dancing. Hey, problem solved, right? Hold on, there's this movie. Oh shit. It's got Nick Frost in it. I forget the name of it. It's fantastic though. Uh hold on. Cuban Fury, I think is the name. Yes, Cuban Fury. It's not the greatest film you'll ever see at all. But it's really fun and entertaining, and there's some moments in it that are really good. So Nick Frost plays a dude who was a young, like, salsa dancing prodigy. And then, yeah, older Nick Frost, he hasn't danced in years, but he ends up getting back into it. So it's really nice. Like, it's a great film. I enjoyed it a lot. It may not win any awards or anything. But there's a bit in the film where Kevin Novak, he was in, like, he was, like, the phone jacker. He was also he was in What We Do in the Shadows. Like, he's great. He plays a character who's like seeing Nick Frost in this salsa dancing class, and he's talking about like, oh, I love the leather sole. Oh yes, the shoes. Like me, I'm a rubber sole guy. What kind of sole are you? And then like Nick Frost ignores him, and then Kevin Novak's like, oh, I see what kind of soul you are. You're an asshole. Like, I don't know. It's like really well done. Oh, I know what kind of soul you are. You're an asshole. Like, it's so good. Exactly. It's just so good the way he like delivers the line. Yeah, I like it's my favorite line in the entire film. Oh, I know what kind of soul you are. Asshole. Like, yeah, like dude, great film. I enjoyed it, but it's not going to win any awards, and that's okay. All right, so yeah, we should be able to publish this thing. Oh, I got to do access public. That's it. Oh, for sure, Khalid. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, just like that person who was like looking for us to solve all their problems. And they totally would have given me a sub, right? So like why wouldn't I bend over backwards for that $2.50? Like, woe is me, whatever shall I do? But that person's gonna have a lot of problems if they need someone to solve every problem for them. Right? To be a good dev, you don't have to be smart. You don't even have to be particularly good. You need to be tenacious. You need to have that mentality like, oh, someone else did it? Well, I can totally do it too. That is the number one trait that I think makes a good dev versus a bad dev. Right? Tenacity. You can't teach that. It's something you either have or you don't. You can build it yourself, but no one can give it to you. Think this album's good? We'll see. Yeah, resilience, tenacity, tomato, tomato. But that feeling of like, oh, I can figure this out, right? You can't teach that. It can't be learned. Well, it can be learned. It can be like figured out, but no one can give it to you. You can't teach someone tenacity. It's something they got to build on their own. Grit, determination, whatever you want to call it. All right, so hold on. Gotta do this. They're gonna dox my IP address. That one jerk that we totally drummed out of here would try and take my IP address and do some BS with it, I bet. Now they can't. Right, so 9... Yeah, okay. Don't say it out loud. Oh. Yeah, exactly. They wouldn't even know what to do with the IP address unless I helped them with it. That is such a good way to phrase that. Like, oh, man. Yeah, they have a bit of, like, learned helplessness. All right, so Mermaider CLI is published. Ooh-wee. Ah, shit. All right. Yeah. Good job, Anthropic. Fuck. All right, hold on. So that Anthropic key has been deleted. Yeah, I forgot. So what we need to do... Yep. Man, good job, Anthropic. Nailed it. All right, so npm ignore file. Is it just a .npm ignore? That's it. Yeah, good job. Good job, Anthropic and GitHub's scanning stuff. Such a rookie mistake. Like, I'm a little bummed on myself for forgetting that. All right, if we look at this other list... Yep, .env right there at the top. I done fucked up. But now we don't see it. Yeah. All right, all right. Yeah, I always forget that npm does not follow your gitignore because they are fundamentally separate things. They are fundamentally separate things. How was Thanksgiving? It's chill. Yeah, it's no big deal. Ooh, I should go like at least. Let me go turn on the oven. And I do have to pee as well. So give me a second. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna turn on the oven. I'm gonna have a turkey pot pie for dinner. Okay, so I'm back. Sorry, I had to pee. All right, so the oven is heating up. So the env will be accessible in older versions, but Anthropic already invalidated that key, so it's not a big deal. That was the email I just got from them saying that they detected it and they killed it. So I'd have to go make a new one to test things out, which I should do here in a minute. But yeah, just because the key's there doesn't mean it's actually usable because they invalidated it already. I'm actually curious how you opt into, like, so GitHub did a scan and GitHub detected it and then they hit an API. Oh, they allow unpublishing? Oh. Okay. Well, that's even better. Right, just cuz. All right, so I do need to like re-authenticate. That's a good call. I forgot about that. But yeah, basically GitHub does a scan, and GitHub scanning will notify a provider based upon some of that, which is really cool. It's just that one key, so yeah, like there's only one value in it, which is fine then. But yeah, great call. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Thanks, Fearsome. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's a rookie mistake. I should have known better. We could blame the whiskey, but I, like, even without whiskey, I would have made that same mistake because I would have forgotten that, yeah, npm publish does everything in the folder. And technically, I should do a pre-publish command too. But yeah, good call. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, rookie mistake. Ugh. It happens. There you go. Exactly. Right? Like, yeah, we all make mistakes like that. Is what it is. I'm gonna grab myself a quick handful of chips real quick. And I just want to point out, like, these chips are good, man. Right? They're the crispy taco, like, messy flavor. They basically just taste like the chili cheese Fritos. They're not bad. Like, you have to, like, actually enjoy the chili cheese Fritos flavor. If you don't like those, then you're not going to like these. Yeah, I like them. I think they're pretty good. Hickory sticks? I've never had these. Oh, hold on. I've had like potato sticks. Are hickory sticks? They have like a barbecue flavor to them. Right? Picnic potato sticks are the thing like that I'm thinking of that are probably similar. Yeah, it's like it's like a hickory like barbecue kind of flavor. Yeah, these are the ones I'm thinking of. Like, oh man, they're good. Oh man, yeah, I cut up my mouth every time I eat them, and I love it. All right, so Mermaider CLI is out there. So the next basic step is we need to improve our docks. Yeah. What are we working on? I mean, right now we're just doing some documentation stuff. That's not that complicated. But hell, man, Amuga and everyone else out there who might be joining the stream here soon, or like recently, I would say, please go give my project Githium a vote on the hack.solid.js website. I would really appreciate that if you could. And as far as Clippy, yeah, I mean, we just added it. We could always change it too. Hold on. Oh, Bonsai Buddy. Oh, there you go. Oh, that one's pretty dope. Oh, that one's not bad either. There was a Doge one that was really good. Hey, what's up, Ben? We're looking at getting... see, I don't... The extension? Yeah, it's called Power Mode. So that's the extension. Yeah, there's definitely some, like, other things that you could wire up. Oh, no. The one you saw on X. No. The one you're talking about. We know that dude, Zach Overflow. He's great. He built his own entirely like custom editor. So this is an older version of it. He built a whole new editor using Zig, just focused on that. And he got like 1 million views on that tweet, which is kind of crazy. I know, exactly. Like, yeah, what a badass. Cool dude. I got to meet him when I went down to San Fran for GitHub Universe. Very cool dude. But hey, what were you up to on your stream? So building your next startup, Next.js, Prisma, AWS, ShadCN, and playwright, what's the startup? I'm really curious about that. Property manager. Okay, so basically for not necessarily like landlords or whatever, but more like people managing properties for landlords, that kind of thing. Both. Okay, cool. And yeah, no worries, Seb. Yep, we'll see you again soon. I'll be over on Gaming Stream here in a little bit. And yeah, Ben, so the thing I'm building right now, right, we did a quick, like, just side project excursion for it. Communal area reservations. Like, yeah, no, that sounds smart. That's a really good idea. Yeah, later, Seb. So, I mean, we're able to generate... Hold on, I'll have to, like, pop it open again. So basically, the idea is that we could generate a mermaid diagram from, like, an API endpoint. And what we might end up seeing is, let me reveal in Finder. We'd open this with Firefox, and you would generate something like this. And the idea is to maybe commit this to your repo so that there's easier onboarding for new devs to like understand what's happening inside of an endpoint. But also during like the code review process, if this image changes, then you can give yourself like hints about what you should look at for like the flow of this backend endpoint. Yeah, right? Like, you know, it would hopefully like circumvent a bunch of the like looks good to me stuff. Whereas, yeah, if you see this SVG change, well then, yeah, look at how it changed. And that'll help you like maybe find like a better place to like start looking at the source code and see what the user actually did or what the dev actually did. So it's just a way of like making the code review process a little better. Yeah, code base is huge, exactly. But if you could generate this like per endpoint, well then, yeah, it just lives right there alongside your code base. So Doruk, it'll probably just show the diagram like next to each other. I'm not sure how GitHub actually shows SVGs. So that part's a little trickier. Right? Like, I don't know if GitHub is going to render the SVGs or if it's just going to treat it like source code. So that's a little trickier there. We could always just generate the SVG into a PNG and then it would show the two images side by side. Well, yeah, this would not go in your README. This would go in as part of like your PR like changes, right? So if there's an existing diagram and you make a change that changes that diagram, the ideal process would be you see those two diagrams side by side. Right? Like that would be the ideal. I don't know if that would work with SVG. We could always convert an SVG to a PNG though, like no problem. But this is still very like early process, like just trying to figure it out. And one other thing we did earlier today is, yes, I nerd sniped myself because I'm building this out as like a GitHub action so that like the committing of those SVGs would happen automatically. Right? It would just be part of your PR if you have the action wired up. Right now, it's just a CLI tool. We've done a little bit towards the action. But when I was building that action, I ended up realizing that there is not much in the way of like type safety for like getting inputs for an action. So I created this other tool to basically generate a type-safe version of your GitHub Actions core. And then when you do get input, well, yeah, if you don't have an input labeled my input, then it would be an error, right? And you would see it right there in your editor. So yeah, I don't know how often you go and like try and make your own GitHub Actions, but this could actually make that process a little like smoother too. Well, there you go. And I mean like making custom GitHub Actions, not necessarily making a workflow. I mean like a custom GitHub action that does something, specific. So basically, I'm building out the GitHub action for Mermaider, and I wanted type safety based upon my inputs. So I created this like thing called Taction so that I could get like a type safe version. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, I would say give it a look. It's open source. I'm happy to make any changes to make it work better for what you're trying to do. Worst case scenario, you just fork it and use it internally. Like, I don't care. But yeah, check it out. See if you like it. Like, basically, I'll be presenting this to like the company I work for because we have a bunch of custom actions as well. So yeah, like this is a bit more than I was trying to do. Right? Like for Mermaider, all I care about is the flow within a one endpoint. I don't care about going from file to file. I don't care about any of that. I only care about the flow within one endpoint because that endpoint you could then, eventually once we build it, ask it, is there a potential timing attack? Right? Or things like that. So you could use it for like that kind of like analysis. Yeah, so like I think this is outside the scope of what I was going for. I'm looking at purely just a per endpoint SVG file because that endpoint you could then like look at how the flow of that endpoint has changed and if you're introducing a potential vulnerability like timing attacks or something. So yeah, this seems nice, but this is definitely like outside the scope of what I'm trying to do with Mermaider. Like I don't care about the file to file, I only care about the endpoint level. So yeah, like different concerns, but feel free to look at the source code for what I built. All I'm doing is basically passing like the file to Anthropic and having Anthropic analyze it and create the mermaid diagram. And really, I'm only doing it because it's an idea I had and I let chat vote on it. And chat decided I should work on this instead of Walter, but I really do want to pivot back to Walter here soon. Yeah, and that's fine, but what I'm getting at is I don't think an LSP actually understands like the flow of your code in a way that makes sense for code review. Right? Like LSP stuff is for like discoverability and understanding how a file interfaces with other files maybe, but that's like totally not what I'm doing here. All I care about is the flow within an endpoint for determining timing attacks and things like that. for the most part, like the main gist is I don't use LLMs for pretty much anything, but the one thing I love using LLMs for is actually like creating mermaid diagrams. Because I fucking hate making those myself. But yeah, what I'm doing doesn't need any kind of like interactivity or any of this. Yeah, my focus is purely on like the code review aspect of things. Why not just Sonar Cube? Because that shit costs so much fucking money. I've never even worked at a company that had Sonar Cube. Like, I know it exists and all that, but I don't think they're solving the same problem. Like, most of the projects I've worked on are basically like startups. None of them can afford Sonar Cube. Right? If we go to the Sonar Cube website, right? Do they even have like a pricing page? Okay, they do. But the fact that like, yeah, anything beyond like the basic tier is a talk to sales kind of problem. Yeah, if you have to ask, you can't afford it. And I think at the end of the day, like, consider that question, right? Why not just use Sonar Cube? Entire businesses are spun up to solve a specific problem that other companies solve, right? Why use Sonar Cube, or like why use ESLint when you can just use Sonar Cube? Are they actually solving the exact same problem? No. Does Sonar Cube try and solve the ESLint problem? Maybe. I don't know. But Sonar Cube is way more heavy-handed than a focused problem. And I get that. I understand you have code analysis, but it's not the same thing. Is there a way that Sonar Cube generates a mermaid diagram for an API endpoint and commits it to the repo? Or are you going to have to like wire up some scripting for that anyway? So yeah, like, I don't know, man. Right? Like, why use blank instead of Salesforce? Because we're not using Salesforce and it's too heavy-handed for the thing we're doing, right? Like, there's so many cases for a focus tool that does one thing right. Main reason I'm working on it, because I let chat vote on it. And chat decided I should work on this instead of another thing. But similarly, Ben, why use your property management software instead of the one that my apartment already uses? Because you think you can do it better, right? You think you can do whatever more focused. Why'd you sell it? Because you think you can do it better. That's the whole point. Yeah. So I don't know. Like, it's a very reductive statement. Why not just use blank? Right? At the end of the day, why not just build it yourself? Is like the furthest you can reduce that statement to. Because you have other things to do. Why pay for some service when you can just build it yourself? Right? If that reductive argument was taken to its end in every case, we wouldn't have all sorts of software as a service, you know? Why pay for auth when you can just roll your own auth? Why pay for hosted database services when you can just roll your own database? Why pay for AWS when you can just host in-house? Right? At some point, the ridiculousness of that question becomes apparent. Why build a new game when Dwarf Fortress exists? You know? Why build a new programming language when COBOL exists? Why build Anthropic when OpenAI is already there? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just sorry. Like, I might be harping on this, but I don't know. That line of questioning is, I think, fundamentally rude at some point. All right, so yeah, I think we're at a pretty good stopping point because I do need to think about how we're going to test out the GitHub action. We could test the CLI, but yeah, that would involve, creating a whole new API key. And I kind of want to cook some food and play some games. So we'll consider this tomorrow. But also, I kind of want to finish this up as soon as possible to get started back on Walter. And yeah, why work on Walter when people could just build their own quota management system? Because I don't want to keep rebuilding a quota management system in every single software as a service I build. So instead, could I build a software as a service to solve that part? I think so. But yeah, thanks, Goob. Appreciate that. So yeah, let's figure out who we go raid. Who is streaming at the moment? Oh, we see Acorn going. Let's go raid Acorn. So yeah, YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you being out there. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for watching. It's a pretty solid stream today. Solid numbers. Thank y'all. I will see y'all here on YouTube, etc. tomorrow. So later, YouTube.